I don't really know how to start this video. I haven't made a video in a long time, so I'm gonna be awkward, but it's Thanksgiving. This is the first Thanksgiving I'm spending alone, even though I'm married, I have a husband. Unfortunately, or fortunately, I don't know, whichever way you look at it. I came back to my apartment on Sunday, like at 3-ish or 4, with our daughter, and I have to backtrack to October, like late October, like the second to last week of October on a Sunday. We found out we're pregnant again. Very happy. I was very happy, and this was 100% planned, but we've all heard at least one story where the guy, your husband, and you agree that you're gonna have another child or whatever, and then the positive test comes, he doesn't react, and then it's like, this time I said to myself, this time I'm not letting his moods or whatever he got going on ruin my pregnancy, right? And I remember shortly after we got married, which was only about a month ago, okay? It's been 5 or 6 weeks maybe since we got married. Shortly after we got married, I had a therapist appointment, and I told my therapist, "Oh, we're pregnant again." And I was like, "But I don't know if I want him involved." And she was like, "Well, that's not a good sign for your marriage. If you really feel like the man that you just married would stress you out so bad that you don't even want him around, you don't want to be near him during your pregnancy." I'm like, yeah, you're right. But so the weeks continue on. I start gaining symptoms. My first pregnancy was extreme cramping. I'm talking about like first trimester, like the struggle time. My symptoms was a lot of nausea, what did I just say? Cramping. A lot of cramping. Like, the only way I could describe it is like kind of like contractions. Not to that level though, but still like agonizing waves of cramping that I guess my body was going through, trying to like build the placenta for the first time. So yeah. But I only threw up once during my first pregnancy. It was just like ongoing nausea. But it never got to that point. So, that if that's your first experience with pregnancy, you're just going to refer back. This time, the nausea was like unbearable to the point where I'm like throwing up like every day. Like, so I was throwing up, extremely weak, couldn't eat. My diet is already not that good because I have dental issues. So I've been not getting like the full nutrients that I need in general. And then you add on being nauseous, then like the smell of stuff is throwing me off. Like, I throw up something, I don't want to eat it anymore. So stuff like that. And so anyway, headaches, nausea, throwing up, I'm weak, I'm not eating, barely drinking nothing. And my husband decides this is the perfect time to start exploding over nothing. Like, I noticed, maybe, I can't tell you how long after we got the pregnancy test, but it was around the time that I started not feeling good that he started acting up. So the first incident I remember is we went to GameStop because I wanted to look for a DS XL because I was just suddenly like, dang, like I kind of want a game to play. I want to play my Sims and stuff like that. So we go up to this game store, and I don't know. We went for me. He's obviously looking around at stuff. He was broke at the time because, mind you, he just got out of jail in like late August, September, October. Still didn't have a job in October. So I've been buying everything for our daughter and me and him. So we go to the game store. I just expect to go in. If they have the thing, I'm going to get it with some games. If they don't have it, we don't leave. I'm looking at the games. He decides, and his brother was with us and our daughter. He decides to start asking me, can I buy him a PS3? Now, at the time, in the moment, I don't even know what he's fucking asking me for. But obviously, I know he cannot go in the store and not ask me to buy him something. So I was just waiting. Because it's like, why are you even looking at stuff? Why are you even looking? Like, you can look. You're over here reminiscing with your brother about, oh, you see this game, you used to play this game. Then you start trying to reminisce with me. Bruh, I know why you're trying to reminisce right now. Because you're trying to ask me to buy you something. Lo and behold, he starts asking me, can you buy me this game system? I don't even remember what he said, but it was so... like, I'm my daughter's mom. As I'm thinking about it, I'm like, at first I would be like, oh, I don't know how I got roped into buying games and toys and all this bullshit for this grown-ass man. But yeah, I do know. Because it started with some little stuff. Like a little, I remember, because we had a whole argument over it a few months after we got together. He asked me for $5 or something. And I was like, and this had already been an ongoing issue, so I exploded because I was like, I told you to stop asking me for money. This was, I I can't even remember back that far, but I feel like this was some kind of issue with my ex-boyfriend too. I made it clear to my now husband, I'm not buying nothing for you. I'm not paying for your nothing. Instead of just leaving that alone, he decided to start pressing me and testing me like every so often of different amounts of stuff, different things that he would ask me to buy, like little stuff. Anyway, works up to this moment where he's like, can I have $5? At this point, this is probably the 15th time he's asked me for money or asked me to buy him something. I went off. I said, I'm not giving you money. Like, I'm not giving you money. Stop asking me for money. And then he guilted me, right? The whole, oh, like, it was just a joke. I was just testing what you would say because I saw a video on YouTube. You always make a big deal out of nothing. Fast forward to now. A couple of years later. Why did I stay with him? That's a story for another video. Anyway. He gets to asking me, can I buy him this game system? Mind you, about 2 or 3 weeks prior, we went in a store because we was out and about. We went in a store. I don't know what this store is, but I don't know. It's kind of like it's remember, like, I think they were like Arab, and it's like they have the glass cases. It's like a phone store, but they sell electronics. So we go in there. I don't remember. He came up with some reason like, oh, don't you need to look for a new phone case or like something like that to get me to go in the store. So then we're in there, and I didn't know they had perfumes in there, but I'm looking in the glass cases and I saw a perfume, the large bottle of, was it Flora Bomb or something like that I had got, I think it was 2 years ago for Christmas. My mom had got me one of those Macy's perfume samplers. And that was one of the perfumes that I like used up so fast because I love the scent. And I was like, oh my gosh, you guys have the large bottle of this? Like, oh, should I get it? Like, I really love this scent. And lately I've been like way more into like scents and candles and soaps and perfumes and like fancy body washes and all that stuff. So, I was surprised and I was like, oh, okay, like, I think I'm gonna get that. And so at the same time as I'm like, you know, looking at the perfume, talking to the guy about the perfume, he's looking at something else in the glass container. And so I walk over there to him and he's like, can you buy this for me? Can you get this for me? And I look down and I don't know what this is, like it was a portable PS4. Like, it had kind of like a switch where it had the big screen and then 2 little thingies on the side. I never seen him talk about this thing. Never heard him say he wanted it. Never showed me this, right? But all of a sudden now we're in the store and he's begging me for it. Literally begging me. I need to stop getting loud because my daughter is in their sleep. As soon as she wake up, I guess go. But I'm getting worked up because I'm talking about literal begging. Like, oh, I will do XYZ for you when we get home. I'll do your nails. We can take a shower together. I'm not joking. Like, I wish this was a joke. I'm talking about he is trying to use quality time with me to barter me buying him a game. Yeah. Eventually, I'm just like, okay, just get it. At first, I was like, no, like, you need to do some research. You could find that used. Like, you're not just springing shit on me, springing these large purchases on me. As we're in the store, like, the moment he sees it, he says, I already looked, like, this is the best price I'm gonna get it for. Da, da, da. The best price I'm gonna buy it for. Anyway, I just said, get it. I said, okay, eventually, because I'm like, I don't know. I guess I would feel guilty just buying myself something in the store because I was gonna get the perfume. Perfume was like $150. So in my mind, I was just like, you know what? I'm already spending a lot of money in here. I might as well. Because then it's like, I don't want to deal with all the attitude after we walk out of here and he doesn't get what he wants. Like a literal toddler. At this point, I would say worse than a toddler. So we get that, whatever. Go to a couple more stores. This had just happened, like not even a month ago, right? And now he's asking me for another system that I've never heard him talk about. He never mentioned he wanted nothing. Just out of nowhere. So I tell him no. And then he starts begging me. He's like, oh, can you at least buy these 2 games for me? And I just took the games. I took the games from him because I was going to get the games for him. Because it's like, I'll get the games, but you can get the system somehow on your own. So you can just have these games in case, somebody buys them up and you can't find them no more. But then he took them back from me and had an attitude. I was ignoring that shit. I went to the counter with my games. I paid for the DSXL. I paid for the games that I picked out. And then we left. And on the way to the car, silence. He walked out ahead of me. Then we get in the car, and I'm like, what do you want to eat? He's ignoring me. I said, some time passed. I said, oh, you're going to ignore me now? He didn't say anything. So I was like, okay, I'm going to order my own food. You can figure out what you're going to eat. Again, he doesn't have any money. So I order my food. Like, forget him. I don't have time for this. Then, we get home and I got kind of pissed off. I'm like, so you're actually ignoring me because I didn't buy you that game. And then he tries to say, no, that's not the reason. Oh. So you started ignoring me out of nowhere after I told you, no, I'm not going to buy you that game system. And then you decided you didn't want the games either, and now you're ignoring me. But those aren't correlated. He said no. He said it's because when he was talking to me about, reminiscing and all this, whatever, he said I wasn't listening and that I said something like, what does that have to do with me? In response to whatever he said. Was that rude? Out of context? Yeah. In the context, I know that he's telling me this sob story about memories so he can then ask me to buy him the game, which is exactly what happened. So the what does that have to do with me was more like, I know what you're doing. You're trying to set up a whole story as to why you desperately need me to buy you a PS3 out of the blue and buy you these games to go with it for memory's sake. So he says it's because I made a smart comment and I wasn't listening to him. So then we went back and forth, back and forth. Eventually, I was not about to go back and forth with him. I said, you've been acting like this for 3 days with an attitude. Because it had been 3 days at that point that he had this weird little attitude with me, just exploding over nothing. So yeah, that was whatever. Then the following weeks, it was just always something. Every day he had his out time. He's coming to me, asking me, what do I want to do today? What are we going to do today? Let's go here. Let's go there. I'm like, I don't feel good. About 3 times, I got out of bed anyway and went out with him anyway. With our daughter and all that. Eventually, it got to the point where I can't even make myself get out of bed. So I remember one day, it was like a Friday or something. He came to me and was like leaning over me in bed. He had woke up asking what I want to do today. I said, I don't know. I don't feel good, something like that. Like 30 minutes later, he leaned over me in bed and he was like, oh, we could, you know what? We could go to Burlington and you can da-da-da-da-da and we can da. I said, I don't feel good. I'm not going anywhere. So then he throws a whole fit. And he's like, okay, I'm just gonna walk to go get the car from my mom. Mind you, this was like, the weather had just dropped. It was like 21 degrees. I think there was snow outside. It had snowed. He's like, I'm just gonna walk. I was like, okay. Because on top of that, his mom using his car to go to work. And obviously she's at work during this out time that he has. So who's been paying for the Ubers to get him there for him to get his car and drive back? Who else? So when all of a sudden, and I guess I know he had asked me to get him an Uber that morning too, and I was like, no, because you're not going to come home, because he had done this the other week. He had done this the other week where I was getting up, I was being slow because I felt terrible. Every time he leaves to go get that car, I have to get our daughter ready for the day to go out and get myself ready. So I'm moving slow. This particular day, he left to go get the car. He came back. I was, not dressed yet, whatever. He actually started yelling at me to like hurry up and get in the bathroom and all this other stuff. So, fast forward back to that day where he's like, I'm gonna walk. Who's gonna believe that? This man don't walk nowhere. The only place he walks is across the freaking street to go to Family Dollar. So when he tells me he's gonna walk 40 minutes in 21 degree snow weather, in his fucking Vans and some ripped skinny jeans, who is gonna believe that? I just sat in the bed, just dying, whatever. I was like, okay. So then he walks out the room, and then I'm listening. I hear one of the doors downstairs close. And I'm like, I'm still like, he's fucking lying. Then I get a FaceTime from him so he can call me and show me that he's actually out here walking. Now, guess what a huge problem was this morning? Did my husband think 1 second about, my wife is kind of immobilized in the bed. Oh, my daughter hasn't eaten breakfast. Nor did I make her a bottle of milk. But I'm just gonna up and leave and take a 40-minute walk and leave her to my wife, who is in bed sick. I think I just heard her sneeze. But yeah. So we have a huge argument that day when he gets back home because, you know, I'm pissed off. At first I thought he was having a freaking mental breakdown. Because I'm like, you're just gonna walk out of nowhere? So I call his mom. Of course, she's laughing. She don't care. She nothing concerning about that. Whatever. So he gets home and then he decides to pretend to be a good father, like he cares about his daughter. He just, mind you, he just left the house without feeding her. Didn't do nothing for her. Just left the house. Because he wanted to take a walk. So he changes the story in the middle. Because first it was, oh, he's going to walk to get his car so he can go out somewhere. Then he changes it to, oh, I just wanted to go for a walk. Then he comes home. He was changing our daughter, and then he like threw something my way and it hit me. So then I started going off. Because this is not the first time this little passive aggressive stuff where he's throwing stuff on the bed or toward me and it hits me and then he pretends he didn't throw it at me. So yeah. I started going off. I'm like, stop fucking throwing my stuff. Because just last night, he had thrown my phone and he threw my iPad. And he likes to just throw this stuff around that he doesn't buy because he don't care. So I was over it. I don't know what he threw at me, like her wipes or something. So I grabbed my phone case and I threw it at him. And I'm like, you think you're going to throw shit at me and not get hit back? So then we start going at it. And I mean, like, in each other's faces, like, screaming. And he's like, oh, I have to ask you to take a walk now? I told you when I was leaving that I was going to take a walk and you said okay. I said, no, you told me you were going to walk and get your car so you can go somewhere. So we go back and forth as he's just lying about what he said when he left. Eventually, he decides to get his mom involved. So I'm not going to go into it all right now, but there was some incidences that happened in my family after my mom passed away that was so, like, I have no words for it, but it was egregious enough that, like, it's on father is blocked. We will not, no one, no. Sister is blocked for some comments she decided, a suggestion and some comments she decided to make. Brother is on his way to being blocked. And I'll just go down the list because when I tell you I've never seen nothing like this. But, so how I grew up, I never told my family nothing. They don't know anything about me or anything that I'm going through, have been through, or am going through. So I'm in my husband's home with his family and our daughter. So he decides it's a good idea to try and corner me. Now, since he has people he can bring in to make it seem like I'm being unreasonable, now you want to bring in witnesses while I'm already worked up because you're lying. So he gets his mom on the phone, She comes home and she's sitting in there. And again, I have to tell her, this happened last time, where he set up a situation to where, nope, I don't get a gender reveal. I don't get to announce that I'm pregnant in any positive way. He orchestrates a situation where I am so cornered, I have to tell somebody. So he's already repeating the same thing. Just in a different way now. So, because if you leave out the part that, no, I'm sick, and you leave out the point that it's morning sickness, like I'm going through my first trimester symptoms, that then makes it look like I'm just being a lazy bitch. So then I have to sit there and tell his mom I'm pregnant again, just to explain why what is happening is so insane. When I had already told him, I want to wait till like 12 weeks. I want to wait till first trimester is over just in case, just because. So now any surprise about the pregnancy, any positive thing that we could have done to announce that this pregnancy is ruined. We're going on and on. He starts bringing my family into it. Then he starts walking downstairs around the house, telling lies, and his siblings is in the house. And I'm like, I'm listening to him, and I'm like, don't lie. So I get up, and now we're arguing just out in the middle of the house. And His sister is standing at the banister, just observing this. Now, his sister and I had an issue a couple months ago, which led to me leaving their home because I was staying with them after my daughter was born. She decided she wanted to have words with me and just insult me and say some real nasty things to me out of the blue. So after that, and of course I'm gonna go into this later because let anybody else tell it, it's drama that I started. And all of this is my fault. And I was just being dramatic and I didn't have to leave and just all this made up shit. So anyway, when I say insulting, I'm talking about things to the effect of your daughter is looking up to you, insinuating, in this context, insinuating that I'm an irresponsible mother and I'm not being a good role model for my daughter, nor will I ever be according to her. And things such as I'm just a guest in the house, I'm not family. But somehow my daughter is your family. But I'm not your family, I'm just a guest. Basically a stranger is what she said. You're a stranger. Then going into a whole I don't trust you because of a situation her brother threw me into while I was 8 months pregnant. Anyway, since she insulted me that day, didn't speak to her, I came back. I bailed my now husband out of jail. Mind you that. Not entirely, but I put about $2,000 down on that. And had I not put that money in, who knows when he would have been able to get out, right? So I'm the reason you're home. I'm the reason you're even around your daughter right now because you don't legally, nor does your family, none of you legally have the right to be around my daughter right now because you were not there to sign her papers when she was born. So you don't have any legal rights to see your daughter for real. It's happening out of the kindness of my heart now. Because you shouldn't be around her based on what you did. It's not even the kindness of my heart. It's just the guilt, the overwhelming guilt. Do you want to be a black single mom? Do you want to be a black baby mama for the rest of your life? Or do you want to try and make up with this man? Do you want to be a bitter baby mama and keep your daughter away from her father? Even though her father decided to get locked up a month before she was born? But I'm keeping my daughter away. So let's put this into perspective. He's only been around his daughter in person now for the 3 months that he's been out of jail. I need you to understand that. The rest of the time, she was with me, and I was taking care of her. Besides that period of like her first 6 months where I was staying with his family. So Then we're arguing. Some arguments have involved me bringing up the comments that his sister made because he didn't do shit about it, yet he's letting her around our daughter. When I told him I don't want her around our daughter because of some weird shit she said where it made it obvious that she was feeling jealous of her before she was even born, like mad because her mom was doing certain things for me while I was pregnant. So I'm like, oh, I don't want her around my daughter on her weird shit. But he takes it upon himself because he wants to be comfortable in his family. Every time I'm gone, she's around her. But when I was there, this is just crazy because before I got pregnant again, we had come back from the store. Our daughter was sat in her car seat in the living room right in front of her aunt, my husband's sister. And my husband's sister ignored her, and she was about a foot away from her on the floor. So I witnessed that. And in my mind at the time, I'm like, okay, right. Don't talk to my daughter. But then I'm leaving, coming to my apartment, setting shit up. I'm leaving my daughter with her dad so I can get this shit together and not have to take care of her. And I'm hearing that, oh, his sister is in the room with her and all this other stuff. And she's holding, and all. No, not while I'm gone. No. So that would start arguments. Then, so she's in this situation where we're arguing in the middle of the house. She's at the banister. She's laughing and thinking this argument is just so funny. And so then it gets to the point where his mom is like, oh, well, we can solve one thing right now. We need to solve this issue between you and your now sister-in-law. She's my sister-in-law now. So y'all need to talk about it. Mind you, for some reason, the responsibility of talking about it was being put on me. Why? That whole bashing fest that she went on, how it started was because she was already disrespecting me, letting her girlfriend just be around Delaney whenever, not telling me, not asking me nothing. I don't know this girl from a can of paint. We have not spoken not 5 words to each other. And when I came home after having Delaney, this girl did not say shit to me. So, but now you want to be around my daughter? Don't that sound like a pedophile? You want to be around the daughter, a baby, but you have nothing to do with the parents. You don't know the parents at all. You don't speak to the parents, but somehow you want to be around the baby because it's your girlfriend's niece? How? That's not how family works. That's not how it works for me. So it started because, okay, at first I'm ignoring it, right? I'm like, what's the harm? Whatever. The girlfriend started acting weird, okay? I'm not going to go into this right now. So then eventually, I'm up at night, whatever. The girlfriend is over the house. She goes to use the bathroom. I hear sniffling. And the sister-in-law has told me before that girl was on drugs before. So I hear like dry sniffing. a couple years ago, when I worked at Bob Evans, I worked with a woman who used to do coke, and she was always dry sniffing. Her sinuses was fucked up. I'm listening in because I'm nosy as heck. I don't hear no water running. I don't even remember what I heard, but it was not normal using the bathroom behavior. Okay, so then I'm kind of thinking to myself, oh shit, like, I really don't know this girl. She's been holding my daughter, around my daughter. I don't know why. It doesn't make any sense to me. And now I hear her sniffing like she's potentially doing drugs in the bathroom late in the morning. This had to have been like 4 in the morning. So I tried to let it go. But by the afternoon, I'm just reeling. So I texted his sister and I started asking some questions. I'm like, did she ever go get help for that drug problem? Or is she still doing drugs? Do you know? So, because his sister was offended that she would have to think about the fact that, oh, I really don't know if my girlfriend is still doing drugs or not. Because she was mad. So she's basically mad because I pointed out a blind spot, something she don't know about her girlfriend, which would eventually, I suppose, force her to think about breaking up with her girlfriend. That's not my problem. You're drug addicted, potentially doing crack. Like, I'm not, whatever you can sniff, pills, I don't fucking know. I don't do drugs. Whatever you can sniff, whatever she might be on, she is not about to be holding my daughter or being around my daughter. Does that not make sense? She turns that into, oh, you're attacking me. You're trying to tell me you're trying to criticize me about what I'm doing in my own house. This girl pays rent, okay? She pays rent to her mom. I'm sure none of them siblings are on the deed to the house or the lease. This is not your fucking house. And so she anyway. She takes that and then starts spiraling into all the personal attacks. It was about, I don't know this girl who you have around my daughter. Can you not do that? Into, you're a stranger, you're a guest, you're not family. Your daughter's family though. I don't trust you. All this other stuff. You're not doing shit around the house. You're not helping. And she was also mad because at the time, she was the only one in her family in the house, still working. Mom had gone on vacation from her job, quit her job, whatever. Her twin had got fired from his job. Her younger brother just quit his job. Don't know why. Who knows? Then me, the outsider, I'm taking care of your brother's baby because he's in jail by myself. I'm also grieving the loss of my mom. I'm also being harassed by my family. But you come to me about getting a job. This girl is younger than me, by the way. About getting a job. Why is it taking me so long to get stuff together? I'm not being a good role model for my daughter. I don't do shit around the house. I'm not family. I'm a stranger. I'm a guest here. You don't trust me because I told the truth to the police. I'm sorry, I'm not protecting you from your decisions you decide to make to protect your brother who betrayed me. I'm not protecting him either. And like I said, at this time, I'm 8 months pregnant. Yeah, because it was December. Our daughter was born in January. I'm 8 months pregnant. We had just had my mom's funeral the month prior, about exactly a month. Oh my God. So I'm grieving, obviously, at the same time. Then I get to find out my now husband was cheating on me the entire pregnancy. So whilst he was telling me to get an abortion, whilst he was going back and forth, get an abortion, I want the child, blah, 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 working this out, break up, oh, I love you, blah, all this chaos. The whole time he was cheating. So I find all that out at the same time that I realized that he snuck a gun into my closet. But you wanted me to lie. Anyway. Because her and her mom came and got the gun. I'm not going into all of that right now. Anyway, fast forward. You guys need to talk this out. Then she goes on, you could have been talked to me if you had a problem. I'm not supposed to have a problem with you insulting me for out of nowhere. Out of nowhere. You turn a conversation about my daughter's safety into a whole dump fest. But I'm supposed to be coming to you to apologize? And then all the stuff she done up till then, like, I'm not gonna lie, it's to the point where, for a factual fact, I know for a fact, because the morning of our wedding day, for some reason, her girlfriend was in the shower for about 30 or 40 minutes, or maybe even more, just in the shower, the morning that we needed to get ready for our wedding. Therefore, we were late to our wedding. I was crying. We had the wedding. Then obviously, like I said, he has an out time because he's on what you call it, whatever it's called, the monitoring device. So everything about the wedding was scheduled with that in mind so we could do something afterwards. Thanks to all the nonsense that happened, we came home and he only had an hour. And then he decided, he decides that he wants to show how insecure he is by every suggestion I make that requires us to go out in public with me looking like a princess. Every suggestion I make, he's making excuses why we can't do that. And time is ticking, ticking, ticking. So he doesn't want to go nowhere and have anybody look at me. Or other, I don't know. I have no idea if it's that I look too beautiful and he doesn't want to be seen with me, or if he's embarrassed by me. At the wedding, he cried when he saw me. He cried when he saw me walk out from far away to the aisle. And he saw me he cried when I lifted my veil back. So I'm going to go with he didn't want anybody seeing me because I just looked so beautiful on our wedding day. Anyway, so then I get told that it was because she had to work. She and his sister had to work. And then he's in the car like, oh, well, yeah, we didn't think about how everybody would be getting ready for work at that time. But then we get home. It's what, like 1 o'clock or something? We get home and her girlfriend is just sitting in her room. His sister is gone. She's just sitting in the room. She's just there. Cause I guess when I looked in his sister's room from across the hall, there was like balloons on the wall. So I was like, "Will you be my girlfriend?" How ironic is it? The night of our wedding, the night before our wedding, my wedding, you decide it's a great time to invite your girlfriend over and ask her to be your girlfriend? And then she just wakes up that very morning that you know your brother is about to get married and takes a 40-minute shower out of nowhere. We were supposed to be at the chapel at 9:45 and our wedding was at 10 o'clock. She did not get out the shower until 9. It was like 8. What was that, like 9:25, 9:30? And we had woke up at like 8:50 and the shower was running. That's why I say it's like, I don't know. Anyway, so all this stuff that she's done, ignoring my daughter, the whole incident with the wedding, no apology for that. All of this now leading to her saying, if you had a problem, you could have talked to me. Why am I being brought up in your arguments to my husband? So now, mind you, nothing about me physically has gotten better since that morning. So now I'm not only taking insults and arguing with my husband, now I have to defend myself against his sister in front of his mom and him. So it's my husband, my sister-in-law, and my mother-in-law, and me. So anyway, all she does is make excuses for why she feels justified in all those insults and everything that she said. Then she starts thinking it's a joke, and with the whole police thing, and mocking me like, it's okay that you folded. Folded meaning I didn't lie to the police. So I lied to the police for you to make myself look guilty for something when I had nothing to do with any of this. 8 months pregnant. So they can take me to jail. And unfortunately, regardless of how calm I tried to stay during all this nonsense going on, I did end up going into stress-induced preterm labor anyway. Maybe a week or so after the detectives came and questioned me out of nowhere. Because remember, I had nothing to do with any of this. Because my husband, my now husband, at the time he was off cheating, drinking, going downtown, gambling, going to casinos, asking me for money, for gas money and all money to fix his car so he could go take the other girl on dates and buy her shit. So the moment I figure all this out is the moment I figure out, wow, he snuck a gun in my closet. He lied last night. And this is the same time I'm figuring out he's even in jail. So within an hour, I figured out my child's father is in jail for a violent crime. After which he came and snuck the weapon into my closet, lying and telling me that it was his container of weed and he was hiding it from his brother because his brother was coming to visit and his brother steals his weed. And he was cheating the whole time. In an hour. Again, I'm 8 months pregnant and I'm grieving. So, anyway. The detectives came questioning me 2 days later. But you wanted me to lie? Why I'm saying this is I'm telling you, there was no time to think, will I tell the truth or will I lie? There was no time for that. What happened was 2 days later, I'm laying in bed. And then I don't even remember if it was a knock at the door. I can't even remember. Somebody was at the door. My dad answered the door and he just came back to my room and got me and said, somebody's here to talk to you. So I get up, I'm waddling down the hallway, and these two grown-ass men is in the room wanting to talk to me, is in the hallway wanting to talk to me in the living room. So, my mom's gone. Dad's been torturing me since the moment I got pregnant. Now he's ramping it up because my mom's gone. I'm the only one in the house now. So he's not leaving me alone. Now you're telling me my child's father is in jail. Out of nowhere, I just saw him. Oh my God, it just makes me so angry. I had just seen him. Now all of a sudden he's in jail. A couple hours later, when I wake up in the morning, or when I wake up in the afternoon, he's in jail. Then you tell me that bag that he put in my closet and said was weed last night was actually a gun. Then I'm finding out in the zipper pocket, I see a whole photo collage of him kissing another girl. 2 days later, the police are at my door. And so you wrap all that up in a bow, and then fast forward to like 2 weeks ago, where she's like, it's okay that you folded. But I'm sure all of this makes her feel better about herself. Anyway, she's standing there telling me I'm doing too much over my daughter. I'm using my daughter as a pawn. I'm gaslighting her brother. When all I said, at the end of this, all I said was, you know what? Whatever he says goes. She said, that's kind of like you're gaslighting. Because I said, my way and my wishes were not respected, so he can have his way and do whatever he wants. That's gaslighting. Okay. Okay, dictionary.com. Telling me I'm ungrateful for the help that I got with my daughter. Telling me I disrespected their mom. On and on and on and on. What's my husband doing? He's standing right there hearing all of this, just smoking. Because this just validates him. His sister even told me I'm a difficult person. What? So all of this that she's saying is shit that she must have heard him say a couple hours ago, because she's just repeating it, right? So I'm just standing there in and out of crying. Because now you're making me recount the trauma that I went through that you don't fucking know about. So you're telling me that I was wrong for not acting reasonable when my life was being threatened and my daughter's life was being threatened. You're telling me I wasn't being reasonable when I wasn't sleeping. You're telling me I'm... So anyway, that happened, and it wasn't even her just repeating all the stuff that she already said. Then she added in some other shit that was like, now you're just making shit up. Because then she started talking about how when I was staying with them and my child's father was in jail and I was staying in his room, she was talking about the room was always dirty and that she was trying to help me clean the room. That never happened. So that wasn't even an insult she threw out in the first round a couple months ago. So now she's making shit up. Why did she start talking about cleaning? Because ever since I've been sick, my husband has been criticizing me about the mess. Was criticizing me about the trash that I was leaving on the bed. So now my husband has been telling me that I'm dirty for ever since I came down with my symptoms in my first trimester. Now his sister's jumping in, telling me that in postpartum, the room was dirty. Not dirty, messy. The room was messy. Telling me that I was taking advantage of their mom. Anyway. The issue is not even what she said. the issue is not even what she said. It's the fact that my husband is just standing here, allowing her to claim that I'm not being a good mom. And forget all the other insults. Your sister, who does not have no kids, nothing like that. I'm about 2-3 years older than her. She's telling me I'm doing wrong by my daughter. Whether she was saying I'm doing too much, which is that's her words, or not enough, which was her words before. You're standing here letting somebody criticize your wife, your now wife, about how she handles y'all's daughter that she's been taken care of. While you was in jail. But he claims that none of that, what he did, the cheating. So he wasn't there. You're not spending time with me while I'm pregnant. You're not spending time with your daughter while I'm pregnant. So you're doing shit to terrorize your pregnant girlfriend. You're hurting your child. So, but that wasn't abandonment. That not stepping up and getting a better job. He was making $300 a week with a baby on the way. I stepped up. I got me a new job. I stepped up, got me a new job. But he was still making $300 a week. This was about 5-6 months in. And he's spending the money on another woman. He didn't have anything for our daughter. Nothing. Apparently, until he came over, like a week before he went to jail, he came over. And seeing that I had bought, diapers, wipes, had shit set up, clothes, that, I'm acting like, yeah, I'm pregnant. I have a child on the way. I need to get prepared. Only then did he say he started feeling like bad about not having anything. So that's when he finally ordered a toy and a little outfit pack. This was December. Last week, November, I guess the package arrived. December. But my behavior is being criticized. Anyway, I was just like, after that, I'm just like, wow. Isn't this a prime situation where, husbands, like, are supposed to show up for you? and like never ever let his family corner you. Even if you have your own family, right? Even if you have your own supportive family you could go to, your husband would never let his family corner you or insult you in his presence and say nothing. Or make claims about you that's untrue while he's right there and say nothing. But he did. Like when I tell you, he literally said nothing. But then after that point, it was like I'm in a bind because his sister was just going on a, what can I do? I'm solution oriented. What can happen that I don't have to come up in you two's arguments anymore? Then she said, because who's the one who keeps bringing my name up? You. So you must have the solution to this problem. On and on and on. I'm explaining this girl is acting like she's acting like my dad, to be honest with you. You're talking about feelings. Oh, I get your mom anxiety. I've had anxiety before. This not no fucking mom anxiety. This is since the moment I got pregnant. Everybody in my life proved themselves to be a threat to my daughter. But now you're trying to guilt me into letting my daughter around you. Because you see her as a pawn. Yet I get told out of nowhere, you're kind of using your daughter as a pawn to get people to talk to you. Because I said, we're not talking. Why do you want to be around my daughter? So anyway, that's what tripped me out the most is like, so I'm just here. I'm just here. I have a husband, but I'm just on my own. So we went back in the room, continue arguing. Back and forth, back and forth. I dropped the word divorce because I'm like, something ain't right about this. Something not right. So, and I'm telling y'all, we just got married October 8th, and it's now Thanksgiving. And this has been the third time that I'm like, maybe we really need to get a divorce. Because one, I can't get over nothing that happened during my pregnancy because it was egregious. Who knows what else happened that I don't know about? The cheating is one thing, but then you add in all the ways that I was emotionally abandoned. Then you add in my family. Then you add in my father. Ooh, hold up. Is that blood in my nose? I need a humidifier in here because it is. But yeah. Yeah. I've tried. I was in therapy for 8 months consistently. Because when I first got pregnant, I went back to therapy about a month after we found out. As I think about it, it's just. So, I get pregnant. He's suddenly talking about he wants an abortion. After we had just agreed a week prior, if we are really pregnant, he wants to keep the baby. Then he switches when we get the test. Oh my God. And then he flips that on me too. He's like, who was the first person who mentioned abortion in this household? That was you. You said you didn't want to have kids with me. And then I went off birth control. And then it became a thing. So then, like adults, we need to sit down and have a discussion. And during this conversation, what did he choose to do? During the conversation as to if we are pregnant, do you want to keep this child? He's playing video games and not looking at me. And then a week later, you switch up on me. But you're already cheating. So you don't care. So anyway, I was having a full-on mental breakdown. I think, June, I started seeing a new therapist. Then, shit was not getting better. It was something. My life could not keep up with once a week. It came to the point where eventually I admitted myself into the outpatient program. I admitted myself into a behavioral hospital. Because I could not stop. I don't want to talk about it because my daughter is here now, but I don't know. So then I was in a therapy program for like 3 months. Then graduated from that. Started antipsychotics, right? It was calming me down, helping with the anger. The anger was justified, but I don't need to be angry all the time. I started a new job, the one before my bigger job. Yeah. Then I was going into my 3rd trimester at that point, and the medication I was taking, it was going to be questionable for birth defects taken while pregnant. So I taper off of that. I taper off of that And then, 2 weeks later, my mom is gone. So now I'm in between my father and my brother doing this. Yelling, getting aggressive, all this. Now I'm hearing all this. Take some time off of work to deal, try to decompress, whatever. I don't even know. Come back to work, my boss has the nerve to be, now you singling me out in the morning meetings for some reason. Asking me why am I not energetic and engaged. Oh, God. So yeah, I'ma quit. Let's not pretend this man didn't know. Let's not pretend this wasn't who I went to when my dad called me and told me mom is in the emergency room again. I'm not even gonna get into that man lying. My father lying about what happened that day. That's not what this video is. Anyway. Yeah, so he kept going at it. He wouldn't stop. My husband. He wouldn't stop with the, why aren't you doing nothing for her? Why aren't you making our daughter? Why aren't you making her bottles? Why aren't you feeding her? Why don't you want to kiss me? Why aren't you giving her any attention? Why aren't you cleaning up after yourself? Why don't you take a shower? Just on and on and on and on. So as soon as I felt a little bit better and I could get myself up and get our daughter up and pack a bag, whatever, and come on up to the apartment, 40-minute Uber ride. I did that, and that was Sunday, because I just could not take it anymore. It was another argument we had, like, Saturday. Where I was just like, he was complaining that our daughter was crying so inconsolably. So I asked him, when was the last time you fed her? And he has this thing that pisses me off where he insists she's not hungry, even though he knows he didn't feed her. When he had her downstairs with him the whole day. So of course I'm gonna get mad because this has been an ongoing problem. Where he just doesn't want to feed our daughter. One night I was here. I chose to go back down there to get my daughter because he had her around his sister and I was tired of it. So on the phone I'm telling him, pack me a bag, please. Pack her a bag. Pack her bag. Put her food in there. Her food. That's all I kept saying the whole ride was food. He gives me the bag. She's not even dressed yet. It's been an hour. So he gives me the bag. I leave with our daughter. I get all the way back down here. I mean, up here, because it's up north. I get all the way back up here. I have the bag on the counter. I'm taking the shit out the bag. And at the bottom, where I think it's formula, it's a whole bunch of diapers. So he sent her off with no food. It was about 12 a.m. at this point. And she's now inconsolable with me. So then, thankfully, I had about 10 minutes to order some formula from, I don't know, Meijer or something. So, you know. Then when I get on the phone and realize that he sent his own daughter 40 minutes away with no food, but he was playing video games all day, yeah, I started screaming. I called him a stupid bitch, because yeah, that is being a stupid bitch. You can play video games all day, but you forget to put food in a bag for your daughter who you about to send away? Forget. I said, what parent could forget to feed their child? So this has been an ongoing problem. Anyway. So I started going off. I said, bro, stop yelling at my daughter when you know you didn't feed her. Then it becomes a whole big thing. Which he says it's nothing. Anyway. So anyway, we're going back and forth. He's talking about, leave me alone, you keep going off on me, blah, 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 leave me alone. Eventually, I was just like, do I need to go to the clinic and for real because after all this, then I started thinking about getting an abortion again. Because now I'm like, damn. The same thing that just happened is happening again. People are starting to gang up on me because I'm not feeling well. I'm not doing this time. Like, I'm not going through this a second time where people just start having their way with me because I'm in some kind of vulnerable position. Being pregnant. So I'm like, I don't have to ask him twice. He doesn't want this child. I don't know why he didn't want Delaney. And he proved that time and time again, but now he's trying to tell me I'm taking her away, and it's being told to me I'm using her as a pawn, and all this crazy stuff that doesn't make any sense, but surely makes everybody feel better about themselves. So I was just like, so you think I'm faking? He said, now you're pushing it now. Verbatim, that came out of his mouth. You're pushing it now. needing his help. All that he's been doing, taking care of our daughter, heating me up food sometimes, and then bringing me up the orders I place. But somehow I'm treating him like a do boy. My phone go. Yeah, so after 3 weeks, I'm ill every day, and I'm hearing all this nonsense every day. Yeah, the minute I felt the least bit better, I left, man. Like I said, that was Sunday afternoon. So, yeah. I haven't responded to none of his attempts at communication. Matter of fact, I should read you the email he sent me because I blocked him. As soon as I got in the Uber, I blocked him. And then, not answering no video calls. So then he sent me, he only been trying to get into contact since yesterday. Because today was Thanksgiving. That's why. So, my daughter is watching Gracie's Corner on my phone. But yeah, so basically the email said he's tired of arguing over simple shit. I'm keeping our daughter away from him. It hurts him so bad. I ignored that. Then he decides to get himself a little fake number and start texting me. Now that it's Thanksgiving, he wants to try and beg me to come over with Delaney, with our daughter in the fight. Mind you, last year when we had just held the memorial for our mom, November 11th, he wasn't trying to invite me to Thanksgiving last year. While I was pregnant. Neither did anybody in his family. Thinking, wow, she might really need us to rally around. She just had the memorial, like this her first Thanksgiving without her mom. Let's just cheer her up. Let's let her know we got her back. Let me just invite her over so she don't have to be lonely in the house with her dad. No, he was just texting me all day. sending me pictures of the turkey he was cooking. Then at like 10 p.m. he came and brought me and my dad a plate. And then when this has been brought up in the past, it's like, oh, you didn't tell me you wanted to come over. You didn't tell me you wanted me to come to your mom's funeral. Your family doesn't like me. What? Oh, you didn't tell me you wanted me to go to your mom's funeral. Your family didn't want me there. Mind you, the only family he's met is my brother, my brother's girlfriend at the time, now wife, my mom and my dad. He never met my other siblings. This is probably gonna be real long, but it's whatever because it feels it feels good to be, I don't know if good is the word, but it feels good to think about like sharing this so it's not like I keep some of my life is starting to feel like it's just happening in a vacuum. Like, and it's starting to bother me. Because people are just doing stuff. They're ganging up in an isolated way where nobody else sees it. Girl. Like they're ganging up in a way where it's like nobody is seeing it. Or it's just isolated incidents where it's like I'm one-on-one with somebody and they're acting crazy. And then it's just my word against somebody else who's spreading lies and making a narrative about me behind my back for who knows how long. So it's just like, what can you do except cut people off when it gets to this point? I'm tired. I said I'd rather be at home alone, making my own mess in peace, dying on the floor than keep having to be criticized and argue with you. It's triggering. The last argument before I left was triggering me because him trying to make it seem like I'm faking pregnancy symptoms when he's actively seeing me throwing up. And the thing is, he keeps saying it himself for some reason. Like, I don't understand why. He keeps saying it. I've never seen you throw up before. And your purse has never been this messy before. You've never just let stuff pile up like that before. And so I do ask him when I'm angry. I'm like, are you stupid? Do you hear yourself? So when you think something is wrong? This is the first time he's ever seen me throw up in the whole time we've been together. And then all these firsts, that's not normal. He knows me and it's not normal. Even the affection thing, where he's complaining about me not wanting to kiss him. Bro, your breath stinks. I'm pregnant and nauseous. And I'm smelling everything, bro. So, no, I don't want to kiss you. But obviously in his brain, all of these are separate issues. I'm just becoming messy out of nowhere. I don't feel good. That's a separate issue. Not kissing him is because I'm counting the days that I don't kiss him and I'm being spiteful. What reason? I don't know. Why I'm not showering is because I just don't want to all of a sudden. All of these things are separate to him in his weird brain. My purse being messy all of a sudden is just because I just gave up on my purse. I don't know. So no, I'm sorry. I really don't want to continue arguing with somebody when I'm asking them, why can't you help me clean up? And they have every excuse in the book. And then they're asking me, why do I have to clean up your mess? Don't I sound stupid arguing back? Well, because I'm your wife. I'm pregnant. I'm sick. I'm down bad. You could help me out. I'm not just doing it because I don't want to. I'm physically weak. I'm not eating. I'm not drinking nothing. Then it's like, oh, you went downstairs to make yourself some noodles. I be seeing you get up. It triggered me so bad because my therapist told me once, she was like, we marry our fathers. At the time, this was a couple months ago. At the time, I'm like, you're right, but I'm not really seeing no similarities between my husband and my father. Now I'm starting to see similarities between his family and my family dynamic, and then him and my father, and people are starting to sound like everything my dad was saying to me my whole life. You're ungrateful, you're selfish, all this stuff. With nothing to back it up, mind you. Nothing. But yeah, it started to trigger me because when was it? It was, yeah, when I said I went into stress induced preterm labor. That was because my dumb ass was still talking to my now husband while he was in jail. So so, you know, phone calls are being recorded. He's acting like he didn't do anything and he doesn't know why he's in jail and all this other stuff. So the gaslighting was like textbook, like real live. Like, I never had a gun. The gun that I had years ago when we first got together, I had to tell you to take it out the car because I'm not driving around with you having a gun in the car. And then up until, it's so sad, but up until very recently, I don't even remember when. It might have been when he was in jail already. I didn't even know the gun that he had was illegal. As in, he physically cannot have a gun because he's a felon. I didn't know that until he was already in jail for all of this. Because I don't have a record. I've never been with a jailbird before. No. So, that's another aspect of this that's starting to upset me. It's all this legal stuff that I've had to be involved in. All this stuff with police. I don't like police. And then this family claims they hate police so bad, but they do everything to get in front of a police officer. Everything wrong you could do to make yourself a red blaring light for police and the justice system, but they hate it so bad. So anyway, he's on the phone after he's in jail for this, trying to convince me he never had a gun. So I lied to the police and I'm lying. And I'm crazy. So a couple of days of that. And one day it might have been 2 weeks of that. Multiple times a day. And at first I was just ignoring it, letting him live in his little delusion. Then he starts making it seem like I'm lying on recorded phone calls. So then, I don't know, that last time, I just snapped and I just started screaming. I just dropped the phone. I started screaming. The time on it was up anyway, so it hung up, but he heard me screaming and then it hung up. And then I guess he was trying to call back. I'm not answering. I went on a whole rampage. I think I went down the hall. I left. I went out the back door and I was throwing the patio chairs. Just screaming. Then I went back in the house. I had an IKEA, the cheap little IKEA hanging closet thing, and it was broken apart, like not put together. So I took one of those end bars and I just started like beating the shit out of whatever was in front of me. Any furniture I could see, I was just beating it. So glass ended up breaking because there was cups in my room, all kinds of stuff. I'm worked up. And then I don't know how long that lasted, but then I'm kind of stopping, and I crouched on the floor, or I was standing there, and then all of a sudden I felt this sharp pain down the left side, in the left side of my stomach, like down, like kind of in my pelvis. So I leaned over and I crouched down, and it wasn't letting up. So, and my dad was gone somewhere. I don't remember where he went. After my mom passed away, he started suddenly going out on these little expeditions that was not, it wasn't him going to go get something to eat. It wasn't him going to the grocery store. It was seeming like he was meeting up with a woman. That's what it seemed like to me. Because one of the times I answered the phone when he called, or I called him or something. We was on the phone. And I hear chatter in the background. Like, it sounds like a restaurant. You know what I mean? So, and let me reiterate. Mom passed away October 27th. Preterm labor happened December 19th, 18th, or the 17th. So we're talking about within a very short time frame, my father, who has just lost his wife, is going out on these little secret rendezvous. Okay. Anyway. He wasn't there. He came home. I might have called him that day and asked him where he was and heard all the chat, whatever. He came home. I said, I need to go to the emergency room. Do you know what he said? He said, no, you don't. Like, verbatim, no, you don't. The baby's fine. Mind you, I did not have a doctor my whole pregnancy. I had no doctor. There was no consistent appointments ever to begin with. Her first ultrasound came from Planned Parenthood. The second one came from the Women's Center. And then by the time I thought, dang, I should get a doctor, I was like 30-something weeks. Nobody gonna take you at 30-something weeks. I guess they're thinking, oh, you don't want that liability. So there wasn't no doctor I was going to be able to go to. So if I feel a sharp pain and I'm pregnant, I'm going to the ER. Anyway, he understands this context perfectly fine. Like, I'm not getting proper health care in this pregnancy. He fully understood that. Yeah, he's trying to tell me that I'm fine. Like, this is, bless you. Just the whole concept. That is just the simplest display of my entire life. I need to go to the ER. No, you don't. You're fine. Somebody on the outside of my body telling me what I'm feeling is a lie. And that my daughter, who's inside of me, is fine. That cannot be seen by anybody. Nobody can see her because she's in my stomach, right? Nobody can see my internal organs or see anything that's going on in there. Yet he's telling me she's fine and I'm fine. Then I had to double down. Say, no, I really need to go to, I don't know why I didn't just call the ambulance. Why did I even deal with him that day? Why didn't I just call the ambulance? I don't know. But so, get to the ER and he says he's gonna go to Meyer, which was down the road from Mercy. So he just left me at the ER to go to the store, and then he went back home. Of course, they called me back immediately because I'm 8 months pregnant and I'm saying I'm having a sharp pain in my stomach. They called me back. This nurse to get me on the heartbeat machine. My heart beating like 113 or something. And I'm not even feeling it. I don't even feel it. That was probably the fastest my heart has ever beat in my life, and I didn't feel nothing. So I was shocked by the number. Then they did a little slight ultrasound, check her heartbeat. They took me back and gave me a bed. So they was checking my cervix and stuff. Lo and behold, I'm in labor. I'm in preterm labor. And they have the freaking baby bed next to me, and I'm panicking as fuck. So I don't know. They gave her an anatomy scan just to make sure everything was okay with her. Again, I didn't have a doctor, so that was in the emergency room. That was the anatomy scan at whatever, how many weeks? $31, $32 weeks, I don't know. So, yeah, and at first I was, her dad was calling me because, he's like that. It gaslight the fuck out of me, and then I lose it, but then he's worried. He's worried, but he won't acknowledge why. Anyway, so I was on the phone with him. I told him, yeah, like, duh, I'm in labor. They need to stop it. Like, so, but my dad wasn't calling or nothing. So I was calling him, giving him updates. And then I just remember because I just had nothing to do. I was just sitting in the bed looking at the clock. And so it was like 6. It was because they told me I needed to be transferred to another hospital with the labor and delivery department. Because Mercy didn't have one no more. I didn't know that. So, this is so, I don't know. It was like 6:02, 6:05, something like that, when I called my dad and told him, like, oh, they're going to transfer me because I'm in preterm labor. So, he was just acting annoyed. Like, sighing, huffing and puffing. Like, in a way that it's like, why are you calling me? So, after I hung up with him that time before I got transferred, I was just like, bro, whatever. So I didn't call him or nothing no more. But my now husband, he knew. I can't remember what happened, how I got in contact with his mom, if he told his mom what was going on or if I ended up calling her. But yeah, I was scared as hell. Like, cervical check was horrifying, painful. They're sticking me with stuff, obviously. Nobody really likes needles. I'm alone. In my head, I'm thinking, oh my God, I'm about to give birth alone. So then that was my first time in an ambulance. So I was scared of that. Oh. Anyway, they get me to Bethesda, which is where I ended up having her a month later. You know, they put me on fluids, and you know, I was like real life contracting. Oh, what's wrong? Anyway, we all know what labor is. We know what labor is. Oh. So yeah, his mom and sister ended up coming up to the hospital because I mean, I was scared, number one. And then I was scared, and obviously, like, his mom was the only person who could help me. So you know, got dropped off at the ER. It was like I want to say like between 3 and 3:30 sometime. And you know, they transferred me around 6:17. And then I was there until about 11, maybe it was like near 12. It was like 11 something when I finally got back home. But so you know, they had me on the IV. I don't remember what it was, ice packs or heating packs or what. You know, they calmed me down, whatever. And then got my discharge papers, which was like, it was basically like, you need to calm the fuck down and just like be on bed rest for this last couple weeks. So anyway, why are you about to cry? So yeah. I wish it just ended there, but it never, it didn't end. So anyway, they got me home, and it was like between 11 and 12. I want to say it was like, it was closer to 12. It might have been like 11:30 something or 45. And so, yeah. His mom and sister dropped me off. They had got me some food. And then, you know, I said thanks and blah, blah, blah. So when I unlocked the front door and got in the house, it was dark. Like my dad had just turned the light off and he's going to bed. So I don't remember how the conversation even started or nothing, but it was like yeah, the whole day was just a joke. At some point, I guess he asked me how I got home. And then I said, you know, my now husband's, or at the time, Delaney's grandma and her aunt took me home. And he basically criticized why I called them. And then he asked me, why didn't I take a lift home? And then he asked me, like, he was smirking and like it was a joke. It was a big jokey joke. He was like, why didn't you walk home? At the time, I didn't react to that at all. I don't remember. That's all I remember from that conversation. That's all I remember. Coming in the house, the lights being off. No big deal, just another day. Didn't give a fuck if I was gonna have that baby alone or not. Thankfully, that didn't happen. I mean, so I don't know. I didn't have time to react to that comment or any of that. Just logged it for later because, like I said, this is only 2 weeks after her dad was arrested. This is only 2 weeks after I figured out he was cheating. This is only 2 weeks. Oh. When I tell you I never actually like, girl, about to have to go. Like, I never believed in demons, like nothing like that. Before all this, I was in a detached phase from God, for real. And even when I was locked in, I was still like a very conservative Christian, where it's like, oh, we don't believe in like possession. We don't believe in like, we don't want to get into like demonology, angelology. We don't get into all that. After this situation, no. I was convinced. I was convinced to the point where eventually I did get baptized, because it was people were acting like they have never acted before. And my dad, not so much. Other people in the family started acting very strangely. With him himself, it was just like, eventually I had to see it, because it was just too much. Like, from the way he was treating my mom before she passed away, to the weird red flags he was giving that day, the day of, when we were at the hospital, on to how he behaved toward me after. You're supposed to be grieving, right? Why do you have time to harass me? Why do you have time to do something like this? Anyway, it just kept going for months. Months and months and months. Until it was really not being in the house with him for that 6 months, where when I did get back around him again, it was just, and I recorded. I don't even remember why I started recording shit. I just knew something was going on so wrong. I knew something was so wrong, and I was not seeing it. So, yeah. Anyway, this whole incident with my husband and that argument the other day was just like, I told him straight up, I'm like, this really reminded me of my dad in that moment. That's one of too many times where I've been looking at my husband and he's done something or said something, and it's just triggered me to an exact moment where my dad did the same thing. So, yeah, then today he's just, memory is wiped, doesn't know why I left, I'm being petty. This is just a simple argument that could be fixed. I'm using our daughter as a pawn. I'm keeping him away from her. I didn't respond. The next time I respond is going to be to let him know that I'm coming to pack my suitcase and get my shit out of their house. Because, alright, again, 2 or so weeks ago, during that discussion with his sister where it was in the hallway, so everybody was in earshot. Where she again, now I'm his wife, now she's still calling me a guest in the house. She's still telling me I'm not family. Yet 2 weeks later, you think that I'm going to show up to Thanksgiving. Even had this argument not happen, I still would have felt uncomfortable being there today. So, you know how he keeps saying the reason he didn't show up for me and be there for me at my mom's funeral is because my family doesn't want him. My family didn't want him there. Doesn't this kind of remind you of that, but just reverse? And this time it's actually true because it's being verbally spoken that at least by one person in your immediate family, I am not liked, trusted, or respected as my daughter's mom. Nothing. And you're letting her say this. Everyone's allowing her to say this. But then I'm wrong for thinking, okay, maybe she's just the only one saying it and everybody feels the same way. Because his entire family knew he was cheating. They had met that girl. They were spending time with her. I still haven't heard no complaints about her. But there's always been a complaint about me. Even down to lies, like I wasn't socializing with nobody. Like I never left the room. So, yeah, as soon as I found out that she had met, so finding out that she had met all his siblings and they was all spending time together and all that kind of stuff the whole time I was pregnant, including his sister. The only person who apparently didn't know that he was bringing this girl in the house, getting her pregnant in the house while I was pregnant. Yes, he got her pregnant. All this stuff that everybody knew. So, no, I don't care how much I talk to her brothers after the fact. I don't care. Don't care how well I got along with them. She was giving them rides to work. So then I got the sister doubling down in front of everybody that I'm not family. And now I'm married to your brother. You're still telling me I'm not family. No, I will not be at Thanksgiving. If you would say that to me and then you want my daughter at Thanksgiving, you are using the baby as a pawn. I'm sorry. Like, my daughter, she's not an accessory that you just pick up and play with whenever you feel like, and then other times you get to ignore her. That's not how it works. Nobody gets to insult me and then you want to be around my daughter, but you were just ignoring my daughter. You didn't care nothing about my daughter before she was born. You had nothing to say to your brother about supporting his daughter. You still have nothing to say to your brother about stepping up and supporting his own daughter. Instead, you're helping him buy weed while he's supposed to be taking care of his daughter. And then you turn around and tell me I'm using my daughter as a pawn and I'm doing too much as a mom. Like, being ridiculous. And then he gets to stand there and say nothing. And then again, in front of everybody, I seen his mom make a face like, I can't believe she just said that. But she didn't say anything to her daughter. I can't describe the face his mom made when she said that again. But it was a very genuine, like, why would you say that type of look? I didn't look at my husband, so I don't know. I don't know what his reaction was to that, but he still didn't say anything. Nothing like, this is my wife, this is your sister-in-law. She is our family. She's been with us through a lot. She's helped me through nothing. My husband and I just got married October 8th, but we've been together since 2023. It hasn't been a long time, but it hasn't been no short time either. I told him, by year 3, I need to be married. That's what happened. I still stand by that. I had already had our daughter, so it was overdue, regardless. But, yeah, his email, his text messages are telling me he's pretending he doesn't understand why I left, why I won't why I wasn't there today. He doesn't understand that. He conveniently, I guess, doesn't remember 2 weeks ago his sister telling me I'm not family and him standing by, and you say nothing. Are you not agreeing? Or you're agreeing. And then the defense is his sister's just speaking for herself. How do I know that she's not just the only one speaking? Because she feels I slighted her and insulted her girlfriend. So now she's just like going on. And the funniest thing is, we didn't talk after that discussion. I was just like, you know what? I basically just gave up. I was like, you know what? Whatever happens in this house is not my business because it's not my house. Even though it has to do with my daughter. And I said, you know what? I married this man, so I should trust him, right? Basically, was successfully guilted into just giving her free reign back with my daughter to spend time with her. From my husband's word, because I said what he says goes. Whatever. Then I said, you know what? You won't come up in no conversations no more. I'm standing by that. So after we ended that conversation and me and my husband went back in his room, there was nothing I could say about the fact that he just stood there. So I don't know. I guess he got paid from his job he started last week. I guess it's weekly pay because he sent me $100 out of nowhere. He was like, he texted me, he was like, I'll even pay for the Uber here. $100 would pay for the Uber there, not back. This man owed me a lot more than $100. So no, I'm not taking your bait so you can later call me a gold digger. I'm not taking your bait of trying to send me money to get me to come up there. That's not gonna work. What I did do is transfer the money into my freaking bank account, and I'm gonna use it for something. I don't know what. It don't matter. I put about $2,000 into his bond that he promised to pay me back anyway. That's also a problem. He begs me for stuff. He begs me for money. I give him money. He feels it's necessary to pay everybody back, including the girl he was cheating on me with, but he won't pay me back for nothing. When this was brought up years ago, it turned into me being materialistic. Then, the day when all that BS happened with his sister and like everybody was just in the whole argument, because he wanted to call his mom. Then he was trying to say that I'm looking down on him because I have money. I came up on money, and it was my mom's insurance policy, whatever that was. The money that she had set aside for me and my brother, which my father conveniently hid from me, to the point where I was like this. This is why I can't even rationalize, should I divorce my husband or not? Because even through all of this, even through everything, he caused this problem, right? He caused the disconnection. From the minute we got pregnant, he caused the disconnection. He was actively destroying our relationship. So then he was actively absent. But somehow, even while he was in jail, he was showing up for me, advocating for me, and supporting me more than my own family. Which I feel like that's why I ended up, even through all this, thinking that it was a good idea for us to get married. Besides logistical things, like, I'm not going to be a single mom. You're not going to make me a statistic like you told me you were going to. You're going to marry me. We're going to get married. Like, no. Even aside from that, like, my dad, my family, was treating me so badly that it made him and his family look like saints. I forgot what I was saying, but yeah. The only reason I was even at their home to begin with is because he was pressuring me to move in with his family. That was not my idea, and I told him no. I want to say upwards of 10 times I told him, no, I'm not going to do that. Your family watched me get cheated on. Your family let you go off the rails when you had a daughter on the way. I just had to rat them out because they decided to come protect you. What do I choose? Because at the same time that they're only getting involved to protect him, the rebound effect was that I get my ass saved. Because what if they hadn't come and got that bag? I would have been none the wiser, thinking nothing's in that bag except weed, right? But if the police had came to my home and then they hadn't came and got that gun, and then they find it in my closet, I'm going to jail 8 months pregnant. But regardless, if they had found it, it would have proved he was guilty because there was that photo in there. Anyway, they would have matched the bullets and all that. So, I don't know. So, so, you know, throughout the whole time my husband was in jail, it was like 7 or 8 months, 9 months, I don't know. 8 months, 9. December to the next August. So that whole time, I don't understand how he was showing up emotionally. It was the classic, like, a man goes to jail and he just becomes like everything you need emotionally because he has nothing else to do. There's no other women to distract him. He don't have his phone distracting him, social media, nothing. And then he was sober. So yeah, like I said, he's advocating for me to go stay with his family. He's telling his family I need to stay with them because my dad's not safe. He wasn't taking care of neither of us, not me nor my mom. He was not taking care of us. My husband knew that. I knew eventually, after that incident with the preterm labor, that's when, I was still telling my husband, no, I'm not moving in with your family. But that's when it really started to dawn on me, like, okay, when I go into labor, like, what would that look like based on what just happened? And then I was thinking to myself, do you want to go through that? Do you want to go through that? Then I'm thinking afterwards. Obviously, I thought I was going to give birth naturally. So that didn't happen. I had a C-section. At the time, I'm like, okay, what if I really do have to get stitches and I'm struggling to walk? Do I want to be alone in this house with this man with a newborn baby with stitches? And it turned out the situation would have been worse, potentially. Because I had a C-section. It would have been worse. So eventually my husband was like, you need to go stay with my family. So I was like, I finally gave in about a week before I gave birth. And then, you know, of course, like, I'm leaving. Then I guess behind my back, my dad is boo-hooing to everybody that I left the house. So then my brother starts getting involved. I never even spoke to my siblings, barely. My brother and my sister, I barely ever spoke to them before I got pregnant, right? We don't have a relationship. I especially don't have no relationship with my sister for her to say the shit that she ended up saying, which led to me blocking her. Or do what she was doing. We don't have that type of relationship at all. She is almost 20 years older than me. She has a whole different mom, and we have never lived together. That is the type of vibe I'm giving you. Between me and her. My brother is almost 10 years older than me. When I was 10 years old, I was left in that house with my parents alone while he went to college. This is the distance between me and my siblings I'm trying to explain to you. Like, there is no relationship there. So, me and him only really started talking after I got pregnant slightly, and then it ramped up after our mom passed away. So, yeah, like 3 months after our mom passed away, I'm leaving to go stay with my child's father's family. And then, so this is when he started calling me when I left the house. He started calling me. Like, my brother has been moved out for so many years. He never, ever just called me. We barely texted. I'm telling you, it's a holidays relationship I have with my siblings. We would only talk to each other on holidays. Or like certain occasions, like graduations, stuff like that. So, to go from that to you now criticizing my life choices, that's a major boundary. That's insane. So while I'm with my now husband's family, with my daughter, our daughter, my brother is deciding to call me every week, checking up on me. But the checkups would be like, why aren't you looking for a place? Why aren't you getting your life together? What are you doing? Why are you over there? I can't tell you the number of times he asked me, why was I over there? Why did I leave? My dad's home and my husband's family's home was 3 minutes down the road. I didn't take no big move across the city. It was walking distance. And he kept asking me, why'd you go over there? Why are you even over there with these people? You think those people really like you? They're not your family. We are. You don't want to talk to your own family. Da da. You have family. You have help. Help from who? You live in Kentucky. We're in Ohio. And the rest of our family is in Cleveland, 4 hours away. Then he started talking about, like I just said, my dad was hiding money from me. Then he never said, never asked me, didn't you get your money from mom's insurance yet. He knew I was on benefits because he also criticized that too. He was like, why are you on benefits? Why are you using government assistance? You don't need to do that. Why don't I need to do that? I don't have a job. And I have a child. And formula is about $60 a can. Why would I not apply for WIC? Why would I not apply for EBT so I can eat? So he was also, you know, asking me why I'm on government assistance. Those people have you on government assistance. So, on and on and on. But then he's asking me, how do you leave out? How? From January to August. August, what was it? The 2nd or the 3rd of the month is when I found out that that's when I found out that there was money owed to me. By then, I was homeless in a shelter with my daughter. So now all of a sudden, it's been 8 months. You never once mentioned, why are you on government assistance? You got your money from dad, right? He was telling me to just look for an apartment. Why would any logical person start looking for an apartment with no money? No money for a deposit, no money to pay rent. Like, people just give out apartments. But he kept saying that. Are you looking for you a place? Are you looking for a place? I don't have any money in my bank account. And I don't have a job. Why would I be looking for a place? Yet 8 months went by. He never mentioned any money. I still don't know when he got his money. I still don't know. I still don't fucking know. So I don't know how long that money was around in my dad's bank account. I don't know. It could have been since before my daughter was born. Which obviously I would have never stayed with her dad's family in the first place if I had the finances to be somewhere else. Even little comments now that I'm thinking about it, like about the hospital bill. Like, don't worry about that. Just these little comments where, and that was like in February or March. So what, are you telling me you got that money then like months ago? Yeah, because my dad decided to hide money from me. I had to stay with a family and then get told I'm a user. But yeah, I obviously there's more to tell. And I'm all over the place because this situation was and continues to be all over the place. And now the only thing I keep thinking about is okay, so do I need to cut off everyone in my life? Is where I'm at right now. And basically go ghost. Like, I'm talking about a name change and everything. Because I don't know what to do anymore. Like I said, I've been in therapy consistently now. I've been in therapy since I got pregnant, just in general. But consistently now for about 7 or 8 months. Last month was my last appointment with that therapist because nothing is subsiding. Nothing. And I've been talking about this stuff or talking about other stuff. Talking through stuff for 8 months now. The rage is not going nowhere because he's always doing something. How do you control your anger when it comes to your child's father sending her off with no formula? And then it's almost 12 a.m. and you have to try to find formula. With no car, mind you. I don't have a car. But then that's on me to try and control my anger. So I just realized, like at one point, I was doing 2 sessions a week for maybe 3 months. At some point, I need more. I need something else. Talk therapy is not, this is too much. Talk therapy is not doing nothing. I'm still around these same people. I may have been able to get rid of my family. But now I'm in another family system, getting the same role put on me now. I just can't handle it. And that's why I'm like, I know for a fact just his behavior in the first trimester is just making me think we're supposed to be together until we get elderly, right? And then not even thinking that far ahead, I'm just thinking ahead to like, I don't know. I don't know if I'm just feeling sick like this because I'm just I'm weak to begin with. It hasn't been a year since I gave birth and I'm pregnant again. I don't know if it's that. I don't know if it's that I'm having a boy. I don't know if it's that I'm having twins. We don't know yet. We don't know none of that yet. Haven't got no ultrasound yet. I've been too sick to leave the fucking house, but he don't understand that. I was supposed to have an appointment on the 19th, and then all of a sudden he tells me that he needs to go to court that day by 11 o'clock. The appointment was at 8:30. So regardless, I was going to have to try to get myself up early, nauseous, get our daughter ready, because he was going to be getting ready and leaving. He ended up leaving before, probably like 8:30 exactly. So I would have had to get me ready, get her ready. Figure out the car seat. I just bought the Duna, so, you know, I just figured it out like on Sunday because I had to. I was going to have to do all that, put her in an Uber to go up to this appointment. 15 minutes away. Bruh, I couldn't do it. And then that morning, he was questioning me, like, confused. Like, don't you have an appointment to go to? You need to get up, get up, get up. Like it's a joke. At the end of my first pregnancy, when I tell you, I was so huge. Our daughter was born like 8 pounds, almost 22 inches. Like, I was gonna have a C-section regardless, because I don't know. I'm only like 4'11". So, and I had gained 60 pounds during my pregnancy, which I was barely nothing to begin with. But anyway, long story short, like, that loosening in the pelvis, that's not a fucking joke. I was struggling to get up on my bed at my dad's place because that bed was about maybe like almost 3 feet over, 3 feet off the ground. I was struggling to get up into bed. I was waddling, out of breath, just, it hurt so bad to walk. And I remember him, who wasn't around, basically telling me that I was faking back then about not being able to walk. It's like, if I was faking, why'd they give me a wheelchair in the hospital when I was leaving? But anyway. It's just stuff like that where it makes me think, okay, What if it's not pregnancy? Like, what if something happens to me and it's not temporary? Like, God forbid, some kind of accident happens? What if in the future something like what happened to my mom happens? Anyway, the point is this has now become a pattern. Like, it's not a one-off of him, kind of insinuating that I'm faking. At first it was like, oh, you think I'm being dramatic because you weren't around. But now it's like, oh, you're witnessing me throw up, be immobilized, all this stuff. You know how much I'm eating. You know what I'm eating. You have all this information and you still think I'm faking. So now I'm just like, well, thank goodness pregnancy symptoms don't last forever. Like, it's not like I'm chronically ill. Right? Now I have to think long term into this marriage. So is he going to continue to recruit people into our arguments? This is not the first time. Is he going to continue to stand by while people insult me? He stood by while his family insults me. So is he going to stand by and watch in a situation where a stranger might insult me? Is he going to defend me? Even the fact that just now our daughter ate 2 bowls of food. I'm just thinking, like, that whole issue with him not feeding her and that pisses me off so bad because people don't have no problem making claims that I'm starving my daughter. When I was in that shelter, there was another girl in there with a baby who was about a month older than Delaney. And that was not her first kid. She decided to go around telling everybody I'm starving my daughter, right? Because I'm not feeding her enough. This is when Delaney was first getting started on, like, basically transitioning into, like, baby foods. Then, because I was so, I don't know if I got paranoid or what. I was so paranoid. That's when I started feeding her, like, people food. And, took it very overboard. And she got constipated. And I just, oh my God, I panicked so bad. Took her to the hospital and everything. Like, one of the other older ladies who was my roommate, one of my roommates, helped me a lot. I think she said she had like 5 kids. She helped me with Delaney when her stomach was hurting. Had to pull out get the baby naked, put the knees against her stomach and like watch, like help her poop the almond, her pooping. But, she got past that. Thankfully, she hasn't been constipated like that since then. And she just does so good. She does so good with, like, just regular food. And I feel like it's because I just, this isn't about how I feed my daughter. That's all to say that she eats a variety of food now. Like what I just gave her, first I gave her some baby oatmeal with a little Gerber baby cup of like peas, green beans, something green. But after that, for her next bowl, I gave her the oatmeal and topped it with this spinach dip that I'm eating. She gets it down fine. That's all to say, like, she has 4 little teeth now. She can eat about everything except noodles. Like, obviously, she can't eat a whole noodle or nothing like that. But, and I'm trying to think of any other food that she can't eat. Just to tell you, like, her dad could feed her anything. Anything. Like, whatever he's eating, he could feed her. Like, I'm telling you, could, as nothing. Like, just anything. Just to tell you that he is not limited to making her baby food. Like, he's not limited to having to come upstairs and get baby food and take it downstairs. Like, that's not the case here. There's instant oatmeal that she could eat. And he complained to me about her eating real oatmeal versus the baby oatmeal. What? What's the problem? She eats eggs. When I make her eggs, I put sour cream and cheese in them. It's just like they're bananas, any kind of fruit. Like, she be spitting out blueberries because she don't like the skin because she can't really chew the skin yet. But bananas and just anything. Like, oh my gosh. So there's literally no excuse for why he chooses not to feed her consistently. And then I don't like it because he's referring to her as like fat and stuff like that. Not in a cute way. So then I'm like, oh, you're trying to starve my daughter? For real? Like, no. You're not about to be calling a baby fat in her face, telling her she's not hungry. She just ate 2 bowls of food. So that kind of stresses me out because that tells me neither of us is keeping up on her appetite increasing. That makes me feel like shit. Because I used to be focused enough to just like keep feeding her. And she kept eating. I kept making her food until she was totally uninterested in the food. But I don't know. I just got sick, and then I'm trying to depend on my husband. Mind you, this is sad because this is the first time I ever had to depend on him like this. Because I never been sick for like such a long period of time, like not feeling like myself. So this is the first time he's had to like do anything for me for more than like a day. And let me not forget to add in how, through all of this criticism, right, he's asking me to pluck his chin hairs multiple times a week. One time we was laying down in bed, the lights were off and everything, and he asked me, am I tired? And I'm just thinking, oh, wow. He's like asking about my well-being. I was like, yeah, I'm really tired, but like mentally I'm awake, you know. And then he's like, can you pluck my chin hair? He's been asking me for massages. So guilty me about not wanting to leave the house because I don't feel good. Asking me to pluck his chin hairs. Asking me if he massages. Throwing pity parties, telling me how long it's been since we kissed. I don't know. I guess this is like a life update and then like the restarting of my channel because obviously I had started my YouTube channel for a reason. This was years ago, and then I started this channel right before like we met. So you can see the effect that that had. Where like you can fully see my mental health declining and all this stuff. So, yeah, that's why today I spent Thanksgiving alone for the first time, and I'm not even mad about it. Couldn't even find the parade on TV. I just watched, when I turned the TV on, I was watching Judge Judy, and I watched Dance Moms. But, then I went back in the room with her, and we both took a nap earlier. I fell asleep watching Sophia Nygaard, her video about Japan glow up. I fell asleep, and yeah, nothing big today. No cooking. I didn't cook nothing. I ordered some smoothies, so I was just thirsty. Didn't really remember, like, dang, nothing's gonna be open today. So, but yeah, I just looked at my phone. He's still trying to video call me. I'm just like, you're talking about we both need to take accountability in the email. But it's just like you acting like there's no reason why I left. Like, you can pretend all you want that all of this is petty and little. I don't know what it is. Like, I've been at my breaking point with him so many times in this relationship. And even like full on broke up with him. When was that? Like sometime in July, and just stopped answering his phone calls, blocked the jail number, all of the above. And I missed him, but whatever. Threw our pictures away, threw the gifts he bought me away, all of that. And this is not the first time I've done that, where I'm like positive I'm about to break up with him, so I'm throwing shit in the trash, I'm ripping shit up. And then like I just have this moment afterwards where it's like, no, this is my fault. I'm messing up, and if I just fix myself, then this relationship will go smoothly. It's all my fault. Then I'm gonna talk about this eventually, like, because one day I realized that this was happening, and I just actually like thought about it. Like, I will actually feel so, I don't know what it is, that I've gone in the trash, not even just in this relationship, but gone in the trash to take out the gifts and the clothes and put back together the cards that I rip up, and just I don't know. I mean, this past time, I really did throw everything away. Finally, it's gone. But yeah, then life just started getting me too much. And he was the only person I had who knew anything about what I was going through or had supported me in the past. And it just got to a breaking point. When we got to the shelter, it really got to a breaking point. After I figured out that money was being hidden from me, then the situation with my sister happened. And then it just seemed like my siblings were just ramping it up on me, because also while I was in the shelter, found out that my brother was forwarding messages to my sister. Yeah. He was forwarding my private messages to him, to my sister. And remember how I said, my sister is 20 years older than me. We never lived together. We never spoke but on holidays until I got pregnant. I didn't tell my siblings I was pregnant until I was about like 12 or 13 weeks. That's when we first even hesitantly started talking. That wasn't even 2 years ago. So I just need you to understand, like, so why on earth would he think? My brother is in his, he's almost like mid-30s. My sister's in her 40s. I'm in my late 20s. I have to actually sit here and think. Have I ever gotten a text message from somebody and forwarded it to somebody else? I can't think of not one situation where that would ever cross my mind. So, Oh, actually, no. I found that out when I was still living with my dad. Because my brother would come up like an hour to take me out driving. So, yeah, that was the day I told my dad, look, I don't know what happened, but it was to the effect where I was like, look, you're not about to be treating me like this when there's no witnesses. You being recorded. I'm recording you. And everything you've done is on recording. And when my brother gets here, there's going to be a discussion had. So that's when my brother found out my dad lying to me about the keys, because while I was gone, he changed the locks. He didn't tell me. Pretended he didn't remember. Pretended he didn't know why my key wasn't working. There was multiple instances where I was standing outside. It was July. I'm standing outside. Delaney's run out of milk. I walked home from somewhere and I can't get in the house. So, so that whole, I recorded that whole conversation, but I guess it didn't want to take. That was one conversation that was really needed to be recorded. Because, oh my God, it was just ridiculous. But, yeah. That's when my brother found out about what happened when I went into preterm labor. That's when he found out why I left the house. That's when he found out that my dad didn't tell me Happy Mother's Day. That's when he found out that I didn't have the house key, which I didn't know. Now, at this point, I think because later on it was a conversation which was recorded between me and my dad about the keys again. So it's just like, what are you doing this for? I don't have a car. I don't have money for the lift, so I'm walking everywhere to go get my daughter's food and use my benefits for the month before they expire. Because I can't depend on you to take me anywhere. Because of situations that I'm sure I'll be able to talk about later on. And the Ring camera has miraculously stopped working. So now you don't even get alerted when we're at the front door and need to be let in. And then your phone miraculously also isn't working all of a sudden. So you're not receiving, you can't get my phone calls. But none of this inspires you to give me the house key. And look, at the time, I was told that the house key has to be made, right? That was the excuse for why it wasn't done yet. He had to go and get one made. Okay. Then we're having this discussion about the keys again. And this time I'm recording. And he says that he has 6 keys in his possession. Then he flip-flops and says 5. Then he tells me he got the back door locks changed too. Which is just like, I honestly don't even know if I believe that, because there's never been keys to the back door. While I was gone, you changed the locks on the house, the whole house, every lock. But you was crying to everybody that you didn't know why I was gone. Then you were the one who asked me to come back. Then you're telling everyone. I'm not even going to get into that. The point is, that day that I started questioning my brother, and then when he found out, still didn't have a house key. What happened with the preterm labor? Why I left? What happened with Mother's Day? Because this was July at this point. He just figured out some stuff that was going on. So, he was angry. It started because I got fed up, because one day, I'm gonna probably go over all of this, like, just separately, like separate incidents. But this was the day that I had to call the police, because I swore my dad had touched my daughter. This is why I did not want him around my daughter to begin with. So I was already in a stressed out situation where it was like things were stacking up to reasons why it would be safer for me and Dylan, me and my daughter, to leave. So, long story short, like I said, I started recording stuff, and I heard some weird stuff when my dad was alone with my daughter. So, anyway, called the police. Well, I left because I was going to call the police at the church while he was, I'm not about to explain all that. Anyway, I don't know. It was some situation where I took her to the hospital, and it was probably that situation. But I don't think it was, because it's like, why? I don't know. I didn't have her car seat because we took the ambulance. And then, it was a situation where he was like, oh, where are you guys? I said, we're at the hospital, just playing it off. And then he was like, let me know if you need a ride back. So eventually I called, because I'm like, damn, I don't have our car seat. I don't want to risk them not letting me take the ride without her car seat. Because some will let it go because they don't know no better, but others will be like, put her in that car seat correctly, strap her in every buckle, and they're not leaving until the baby is strapped in. So, yeah, I ended up sending him the map address to the hospital. The fact was, he had just been down there, right? I didn't know that because he had an appointment, which is why I took the liberty to leave while he was gone for an appointment. That's how the plan was. So at the VA hospital, right? Long story short, he pretends he can't get there. He doesn't know where we are waiting at. Time goes on. I'm on the phone with him over and over again. It's getting late. I think Delaney had run out of milk or something like that. Ran out of bottles, and it was getting late. So, I was getting real frustrated because he was getting on the phone. I can't explain this. Like, if you never, and this is not no typical, this is not, and I tell you, I've watched so many videos on narcissism. This is not no typical, just like narcissism, where it's like just gaslighting, manipulation. This is like, there's an aspect of, on his part, there's funniness to it. There's funniness, like the situation is funny when this stuff is going on. So it's like an aspect of sadism to it. So I'm out here at the hospital with my baby. I done had a traumatizing day. I just want to go home. So eventually, he's just calling me and just goofing off while I'm out here waiting for him with my daughter. Just like laughing and joking and like having a whole hurrah. And like you can hear the smirk in his voice when he's telling me he doesn't know where the entrance is and asking people, and I'm telling him where it is for the 50th time. He's repeating it to people wrong. So then eventually I just snapped and I called my brother. I was like, bro, he is really playing with me. Me and Delaney is outside waiting for him. He's pretending he don't know how to get here. He was just, I didn't know at the time, but the VA hospital was right next to Children's. So, and then my brother starts going off on me immediately, making excuses for our 60-something-year-old dad. What, like, why? He's going through stuff. This is the whole idea that my brother was convinced he's convinced himself my dad is having memory problems, and that's why he's behaving like this. But yeah, so my brother immediately starts going off on me, talking about, you don't know what dad's going through. he's having issues with his memory, and you expect him to be able to get to the hot data, all this other stuff. As after this, I don't know, maybe they was having some kind of back and forth, and I don't know. I must have talked to my brother multiple times, because I remember talking to him outside. I was sitting outside, and then I went back in the waiting room, and I remember being on the phone with him again, because I had just got off the phone with my dad, I think, and he was playing around like, oh, is it this entrance? You know, just acting senile. Just imagine an old man who's not showing no signs of nothing, right? But he's just acting out what he thinks memory loss looks like. And it's convincing, because he's like around that age. So the whole asking the same thing multiple times and all that other stuff, with a smirk on his face, right? But he has memory problems. Okay. So yeah, I was in the waiting room, and then my brother called me back, or I called him, or something like that. And then naturally I'm going off, because I'm pissed off at this point, because everything's a joke to you. Other than my dad, everything about my daughter is a joke to you. That would naturally piss anybody off. And this man is retired, okay? You have to understand, for the past 3 years, retired. And don't go to the gym. Don't have no hobbies. He don't have friends. That's why I say I know it was women he was going out with after my mom passed away. Like, I'm not stupid. On top of when he admitted, again with a little smirk on his face, I had to fight so many urges while speaking to this man. Because first, it was like, oh, he was just running around being like, I'll never get married again. Like, I don't want another wife. Like, I will never get married again. Like, she my first and last wife. Like, all this other stuff. And when we looked for my mom's urns and whatever, the ones we chose, he bought the double one, where it's like, you can put like the couple's ashes thing. And so he's like, yeah, I want you guys to put me in here with your mom, da 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 da. But then he sits across the table from me. I'm sure this got recorded. He sits across the table from me and says, I said something like, I don't know. I just poked a little hole into his little claims about, when a man's wife passes away and he says he's not getting married again, what do you think that means? That means he's not looking for love. That's his love. So then he sits across the table from me and tells me, of course I'll date again. I just won't marry her. Let's see, from October to July. That might have been late June. So I moved back in with him like late June, and it was like June, maybe like 21st or the 22nd. So And then, of course, later on, a couple months, you know. Wait, I had been told my brother. I've been told my brother, like, I really think dad is out going on dates. Because he suddenly started mentioning the name of a woman I never heard before. Then did the whole true gaslighting where it's like, oh, I never told you about her before. Somebody from the past who just happened to pop up and get his number after I don't know how many years, just after my mom passed away. Then when I brought that up to my brother, on top of the fact that dad is going out to places, it's not the store, it's not to go get food. And one time I hear like restaurant chatter in the background, like he seems like he's going out and dating women. So he tells me, oh, people just reach out after somebody passes away. People from the past just pop up. Women, really? When a man they used to date or wanted becomes a widow, they just pop up. To send their condolences. So yeah, anyway. In the hospital. I'm on the phone with my brother like a second or third time, and then he's I don't know. He's irate at me. And then he's like, you are such a So my brother, who I've been talking to for a whopping, who has been spending time around me for the first time since I became an adult, for a whopping maybe six or 7 months at that point, manages to get so mad at me that he's about to let his tongue slip and call me a bitch. So then after that, I started thinking to myself, well, later on, because after that it was me going off on my dad next, because, and again, it's like, I think I recorded that too, because we're in the car finally. I'm screaming. I'm telling him, take me to a shelter. There's plenty of shelters. We are downtown. I said, take me to a women's shelter. I'm about to find one. I'm not going back with you. And then he's convincing me to go back home and calm down and all this other stuff. Then at the same time, so he's in the driver's seat. We're pulled over because I'm screaming. Then he's turned around and he's like yelling back, but he has I've seen this face before. Like, my husband has made this face before. My ex-boyfriend has made this face before. This face where somebody is trying so hard to hide a smile and laughter. And then oh my God, then he called me in the middle of this. He calls me his sister's name. Yes, my dad called me his sister's name, right? So we have to go back, right? We have to go back and check the history of my dad calling me my sister's name for over a decade at this point. Only in convenient circumstances. Like when he was on the phone with my sister, he just, just suddenly start mixing up our names out of nowhere, right? So for years, I would think, oh, it's just because our names sound similar. But my brother's names also sound similar, start with the same letter, and he's never confused their names ever. So, and I don't remember if it was before or after this, but at some point I had to also tell him because he tried to call my daughter by my niece's name, now my sister's daughter's name. Now you're calling my daughter my niece's name. Out of nowhere, right? This is after she's like 7 months old at this point. We picked out her name maybe like late November or December. No, it must have been like late November. I gotta use the All right, so yeah, the names thing. So he's been calling me my sister's name for my entire life, and I just brushed it off. But there was a situation, and it's in text messages. Um, this was maybe like 2 years ago. Where I was home for a little bit because I would usually stay and sleep over with my now husband. So, I wasn't home a lot anymore. When I would come back home, there was one time I came back home and I hadn't woken up yet. And my parents were in their room. And I was in my room. Hadn't got up for the day yet. I was just in bed. And then so they're talking about the door, and I hear him say, they're talking about me. I don't remember what, but then he was like, "What's her name again?" And my mom was like, "Stop playing like that," or something like that. So something happened where I got mad enough to like ask him about it. And this is when I was giving him grace, and I was like, um, was that a joke, or are you forgetting shit? Like you got Alzheimer's and you not telling nobody or something? And he said, no, but I don't know. I don't feel like pulling up the messages right now. But then we got on the phone for some odd reason, and then the conversation just transferred into just life advice. I can't even explain that conversation. We was on the phone for way too long, and not once did he apologize for that. So it starts with me asking, why would you joke about not remembering my name into I didn't have my life figured out by 25 either. Anyway, so with this information, we're fast forwarding. So now it's apparent, like, he's swapping the names on purpose. Well, it may not be on purpose. It may be genuine now I think about it. It may be, oh, he just doesn't see me as a human being. So he's just swapping me with anybody. You know? So at this point in the car, I'm already pissed off, and he decides to call me by my aunt's name. I don't know what my reaction to that was. I was just screaming, take me to the shelter, take me to the shelter, just drop me the fuck off. Drop me off anywhere. We end up going back home for some fucking odd reason. And then end up talking about my brother, because I'm wondering, why did he almost just call me a bitch? So I'm asking, why is he being so hostile toward me? Obviously, it's because my dad doing this behind my back, telling lies. So, anyway. We get home. And then I point out the whole name thing. I'm like, you never get my brother's names mixed up. They sound the exact same. Never in your life. And then he did it right then after I said something. And I pointed out, you just did it after I said something. That's the first time you ever done that in all my 27 years. 26 at this time, I guess. In all my years, you've never slipped up with their names. And then I say something and I point that out and then you slip up. Okay. So you're faking. So now at this point where I have some time to think about it, I'm thinking that he did that on purpose, because he would interswap me and my sister's name. He would talk to her and call her my name. He'd talk to me and call me her name. So now with what ended up happening with my sister and me, now I'm like, okay, this was part of his little plan. Like, to sow division between siblings who don't even have a relationship. Maybe just subconsciously. I never had nothing against my sister. But it was just an annoying, it was like a conditioning to be annoyed whenever he would be on the phone with her, because he'd start calling me her name and all this other stuff. So anyway. So yeah, it was either before or after that. If it was after, that would be crazy, but I would not put it past him to getting my daughter, call my daughter the wrong name. It's like if someone just looked up how to look like you're senile and then like just do the easiest things that you could fake, like pretending that you're getting people confused. Anyway, there's a lot of stuff going on where it's like, why am I putting myself through this anymore when I don't have to? And then I'm looking for the solution. There is no solution. I have to cut people off because it's not negotiable. These people cannot be negotiated with. Right. I feel like it won't matter if I even give my fucking husband a schedule to feed her on. If he has to get up and make the food, he's not gonna do it till whenever he finishes playing the fucking game. Or whenever he feels like she should be hungry. That's not nothing. Feeding your child is not nothing you should need to negotiate with anybody about.